get into these Septembers, and it's just so much strength and practicality and usefulness from top to bottom, and yet with that being said, this young man that's going to win this class for me just combines so many nice things. Tremendous power and dimension, and wants to get out and go very well. I'll be the first one to tell you, yeah, I'd like to roll her shoulder into her a little bit better. If that's one got a little too much for you that way, that's fine, but yet still for me she wedges the right way, but yet for me she just combines the most of the best things, and yet she is the one that is the soundest in terms of the flexibility of her knee and her hock and the way she gets out and goes. The young lady that's going to come in here in second, that's a nice female right there, very fresh in her condition, like her kind, very good in terms of her depth of forerib and flank, just isn't quite as nicely balanced, but more importantly, that heifer needs to be a little nicer up and through her knee and up and through her shoulder. The young lady that's going to come in here third, here's a nice one, and she rips the genomics in this class. That heifer's very, very good that way. I like her strength and levelness of her top line. She's one that's just a freckle boring about her look, if you will. Maybe just isn't quite as neat, but yet still, with that all being said, I don't think she has much depth of rib and slope and angulation as those other two in terms of her shoulder. The young lady that's going to come in here in fourth, here's one that's really got a wild, exotic look about her, and if you like those kind with those pieces like that, I think that heifer's very nice. For me, she just gets a little big out here. She's one that doesn't have as much depth of body as well. I think, though, that's a very nice female. It's got some unique pieces with her. Young lady that's going to round out here again, this is another nice, practical, useful kind of heifer. When she gets her standing still, she's very nice. She's doing an excellent job of showing the things out of that heifer that she needs showed out of her. Very well balanced. The biggest thing with her is we need to strengthen her up into her hip, and more importantly, we need to give her more angulation to her shoulder and to her knee, and then give her more flexibility off of her rear too, as is the young that's going to come in here right in front of me. This young lady, I love her condition in terms of her freshness of design. She's not as neat and level out in through her pins, isn't as nice in terms of her knee and the way she gets up out of her shoulder as those other cattle. The young man that's going to round out the class, again, here's a lot of times, you'd be happy to see something like this come into a class to use as a class winner at times in these falls, but yet this is a female. When we look at her, I love her muscularity and I love her squareness, but for me, she just gets too upright in her shoulder and off of her rear end for me to move her any higher. Still very practical, very useful kind of female to round out the class.
Out of Class 8 Horn Senior Heifer Calves. First place exhibited by back number 5062. That's BK Mirror Points. 4045 MET exhibited by Brady and Nicholas Jones, Darlington, Wisconsin, bred by Buck Cattle Company, Medill, Oklahoma. Second place in that class will go to Kaylee Rudd of Ardmore, Oklahoma, with CMCC main event 4066 MET. Third place was exhibited by Emma Lawrence of Kite, Georgia. Fourth place will go to Riley Hollis of Clyde, Texas. Fifth place exhibited by Bella Manis of Boswell, Oklahoma. Sixth place will go to Madeline Beard of Albany, Texas. And seventh place in that class went to Jace Montgomery of Stratford, Oklahoma. We're now going to welcome in the first and seconds. We'll select a champion reserve Horn Senior Heifer Calves.
Let's give these young people a round of applause. Very good. You know, we haven't really been talking about the divisions much, and it's been pretty straightforward. And yet, as we get out here in this division, there is a little bit of differences between them. And I don't know if I necessarily, I think it's just that close, and because in my opinion, we didn't have them coming out of the same classes like we did before for our division winners in reserve in this particular area. But, so you know, for me, nothing not to take anything away from the class winner in that first class. Very nice heifer as far as practicality. In the seconds, they're all very nice, but the two cattle that really hit me very well was this young lady's heifer right here in front of me and the young man's heifer right directly behind her, and they're both very good. And you know, and then if you wanted to try to establish some differences between them and just kind of look at them numerically, both of them are very good that way, very similar in terms of their spread. And then you know, there's maybe a slight difference in marbling, and you know, just some of those things that you can nitpick on every calf or every cow or whatever it might be, you know, and find some advantages within them. And so that's the nice thing about it, is that, you know, they're very similar. There isn't any glaring things, and so we can really sit down and just analyze the cattle for what they are. And we've been doing that all day anyway, but it's just, you know, it's very important. I just can't emphasize that enough, that, you know, having those tools, it is good. And so, you know, so the young lady's female right here, directly, I mean, very good. Beautiful, like so many things about her. She isn't maybe as up-headed in terms of her look. She's maybe a little nicer right behind her shoulder when she's standing. Just has a lot more strength at the top there. Maybe does more hind leg with just maybe just flexibility as that young man's female right there directly behind her. That one directly behind is certainly powerful, and I like, you know, I do like cattle with muscle. We're in the beef business, and that's what we're in this for. And so I do like some power and some shape, and that female definitely has it. She is nice in terms of her shoulder and the way it just kind of lays into her. Maybe not as nice as that young lady's female right there in front of you, but yet she's still acceptable. She wedges the right way. So I guess for me, you know, I like the knee in this one just a little bit better in terms of its bend that way as well. So two very, very good females. Young man that wins that last class, you're going to be our champion. Young lady, you're going to be our reserve. Congratulations.
Well, congratulations in the Hereford ring. Your Horn Champion Senior Heifer Calf exhibited by Nicholas and Brady Jones with BK Mirror Points, 40-45 MET. Reserved in that division, exhibited by Devin Lockhart, Caldwell, Texas, with RPC 71-19 Miss Country, 444 ET. We'll now look to see Class 9. These are horned early summer yearling heifers.
pair of females in June and May, and female that's going to win the class definitely has the advantage in terms of just overall look and quality. I like her freshness of condition. I think that's all very nice. Good place to start. Nice heifer for that young lady. The young lady that's going to come in here second, you sure like her levelness out through her hip and then out down through her top line. She's one that needs to have her feet changed, in my opinion. She isn't one that maybe is quite got as much just true width and dimension as that class winner. Good pair of heifers. Good set of heifers here, and for me, the young man that's going to win this class, for me, she's just the most appropriate in terms of her size, and she's maybe just a freckle full, and so she wants to get up in her spine just a little bit. But yet, with that being said, I think she's just fresher in her appearance and overall very good in terms of her quality and kind. Good cow prospect there to win this class. The young lady that's going to come out here and be second. I mean, I'm not going to argue with you if this is kind of your kind, and I like a lot of things about her in terms of the way that she's made. She's very good as far as her neck and her shoulder, and all those things are very, very nice. When she wants to get walking away from you, she gets her loin down and gets her tail head up. But let me tell you one thing about her. I don't know if I want that one to step on my foot, because I think that one could hurt. That one's just a little bit big for me. The one that's going to come in here third, this is a good female, very good in terms of her structure. She's one that just gets a little bit plainer about her front end. Maybe it's just a little bit past her prime in terms of her freshness and kind, but that's still very good kind of female. The young lady, that comes in here in fourth, there's another one. You like her very well, square and level and good in terms of her body shape and dimension. That's a heifer, though, that we just like to see her go a little bit better. She, too, we just need to freshen her up some as well. Young man that's going to round out the class, hey, there's a good heifer. I like her freshness, but she's one that we just need to change her in terms of her structure, give her a little more depth of rib to make her more competitive. And it's kind of the old cliche of putting them together. Maybe you got one, but yet they both have some very, very good, unique, nice pieces about them. For me, just the young lady's heifer that's going to win this class. She's just nicer in her shoulder and from her knee on down. I think her foot's a little square, and just the way that she gets out of her front end, I think that's quite a little nicer. Now, I'm not going to tell you that she bends and flexes her hind leg just as nice as you'd maybe like one to do to call that perfect, but yet I think in this particular area it's good enough. She reads a little more fuller in through her forerib for me, and just breaks that. And then as you read her down her top line, I think there's just a little more product in that heifer. For the young man that's going to be second, as we talk about out there, some out there pieces. She definitely has that eccentric up and through her front end, very fresh, and I like that about her. Her condition is absolutely spot on. She's just not wanting to work with him, but as we see her get out and go, that front end just doesn't, her knee on down just doesn't quite suit me good enough, but yet still a very, very good female. That's splitting hairs on them too. The young lady that's going to come in here third, this is a nice one here in terms of functionality and practicality. She's very nice. I like her added length of body, her squareness. She just kind of run into some buzzsaws up there. She's just a little plainer about her kind, if you will, but yet that's still a very good female there to come in third. The young man that's going to round out the class, very bold in terms of her bone work. I like that about her as far as just some muscularity and true width. She needs to be refined in terms of her structure and her teats, but yet that's still a very practical, good kind of female.
First place exhibited by Ella Weldon, bred by Buck Cattle Company. That was BK Many Sweets 457M. Second place in that class, bred and owned by Landry Allen, Nacona, Texas. Third place was exhibited by Blakely Stelzer, Oologah, Oklahoma. And fourth place will go to John Dower of Panhandle, Texas. Now in the ring, our judge will select his champion reserve in your spring yearling division. Back over to limousine ring results on
As we get into this Division 5 here, I think, again, that's been very competitive. Just so many good cattle. And obviously, as they talk about different types and kinds, and as you get to this stage of the game and management and some of those things, there's no doubt a Hereford female at this stage of the game is extremely hard. And trust me, I've been in those trenches, and I've been hit with grenades, and I've lost on some of that stuff at times. And so I commend the people that can do this, and it's very good. And then these four females are all very good, and I think it's just I think it's deserving that all four get a little bit of a shout out, because they're all four very, very good. And I think if we polled the crowd, you could find some of them that somebody would lay to and get into, and I'm not going to argue with you on any of them, because they're all very good and all have some differences about them, and it's just where you weigh your price priorities. And the young man that I used to win this class, this first class, she just did it from a freshness standpoint, but more importantly for me, she's just maybe more appropriate in her size, and that's coming from a guy that likes power cattle and a guy that likes cattle with performance. But I also have learned over the years as I gravitated towards those kind and tried to make cows out of them, that got to be a little bit of a challenge. And so I've maybe had to change my tune in some of those things, maybe not get so extreme in terms of size, but yet, this heifer right here, that's just where she was so nice, cowy and good that way, and loved her length of body. Her foot is maybe as nice as any of them out here, just so good and square that way. She doesn't blend as nice in through her forerib, maybe hammers her hock just a little bit as we get her out here, want to try to get her to go, but yet that's it's not a major issue. It's just a minute thing there. The young lady, as we talked about, that was second in that class, as you get her out here and you analyze her and you stop her and those things, she's very nice. I'm just not darn sure going to argue with you on that one. As we got her moving, I don't like the way that she gets in through her loin and in through her tail head, but I'm just going to be plumb honest with you. She's just a little big for me. Good animal, but just a little big for me. So that's just my opinion. The young lady that's going to come in here and wins the second class, and here's a female. I like her freshness of kind. She's very cowy in her type and kind. Very good in through her forerib, and that's where she blends and maybe has the advantage of any of them out here, and that's what's so nice. I love her squareness. She handles her top line a little nicer than the young man that won that class right directly ahead of her. She maybe isn't as big-footed and as big-boned. I think they both move very similar off of their rear two. Maybe not just perfect, but I think they're good enough in my opinion. The young man that won that was second in that second class, again, that one there, I mean, when he gets her parked, she has got some wild pieces about her. There's just so up-headed, so long-bodied, just so nice that way, and yet as we get in behind her, she's just so fresh, and she reads freshness up and through her tail head and in through her condition, and has some natural shape that way. As we talked about her, she isn't as nice in through her forerib as well, but the biggest problem with her is that just her front end and her front knee structure, that's where I get a hang up on that heifer right there. But all four of them have, in my opinion, I think all four of these have abilities to go out and make some changes within the breed. I'm not going to tell you which one is going to do that in the end, but I'm going to tell you the two that I like the best today, just for me in terms of just their management, their size, and structure. I'm going to use the young lady out of that second class to be your champion. I'm going to use the young man to be your reserve. Congratulations.
Champion spring yearling female coming out of class 11, exhibited by Ella Weldon, bred by Buck Cattle Company. That was BK Many Sweets. 457M reserve champion will come out of class 10, exhibited by Cage Creamer, Waxahachie, Texas, and bred by Hawk Livestock of Earlville, Illinois. That was Hawk Adley. 29MET. We're now going to look to see class 12 here in Arena 1. These are Horn Junior yearling females born February of 2024.
Nice. Really a nice class here, and I think these two are very good. And the really neat thing about is these young people put these get done, get them home, and get them calved. They're all genomic. Everything's all ready to go. If you want to go to flushing on them or do whatever you want to do, everything's all there. And so, and that's an encouraging thing. And but still, with that being said, first before you ever look at the paperwork and see the genomics, this one that wins this class to me is just very overpowering. And the big advantages with her, obviously there's more of her, but yet I think her freshness is also right on there. But to me, it's just I like her udder a little bit nicer. I think there's just a little more spacing. As she rolls a little nicer up out of her shoulder, I think her angulation to her shoulder is very nice and is a little better than that female in second. And then put that added on that she's got some pigment with her too as well. And then you just kind of start putting some icing on top of the cake and some cherries on top of the ice cream, if you will, and then read her genomically, and that's all very nice as well too. So the young lady that's going to come in here in second, this is a nice one. I like her freshness. That's a very good female right there. And I commented to them both. It says, hey, both these are very good. And so nothing to be ashamed of. This heifer is very nice in terms of her length, and I like her squareness of pins and the way that you get in behind her and how square and full that all is and everything. Her top line is so very nice and very true that way. It just has a very nice cow look about her. She's just one she doesn't want to get out of her shoulder quite as nice maybe as that one that wins this class, but I tell you what, that one's very, very good. I think there's a lot of good in that one as well. The young lady that's going to round out the class, again, another genomic female, and so we got all the guessworks out of there as good as we can do, and yet very practical and very good. This one's going to make a nice cow. So good in terms of her depth of rib and spring of rib, her natural shape. She doesn't balance quite as nice. She's a little deeper in through her chest floor than those other two, but yet still fundamentally that's very good cattle. Has a little bit of pigment on both sides there as well. So good female to round out the class.
'12 Horn Junior yearling females. First place was exhibited by back number 5089. That was Ty Preznowski of Peru, Illinois, with Hawk Pura 11MET. Second place in that class, bred and owned by Maddie Jenkins, Athens, Texas. And third place was exhibited by Carter and Kellen Chambers of Blanchard, Oklahoma. Now in the ring before division, class 13 Horn Junior yearling females, born January of 2024.
As we get into this class, very obvious class winner here. Very good female in terms of just length of body, dimension, and shape. And then yet, one of the really neat things I like her teat size and her spacing there. That's all very good right there as well. Her being genomic and has some things that go on with that as well. I think those are just the added bonuses. Young lady right here that comes in second, I was just kind of looking through some of her work, and if you look at that one's ribeye number is darn near twice breed average, and so it'd be kind of interesting to see. But yet when I was looking at her, she reads that as well, and so that's pretty neat with her. Doesn't have this overall structural soundness, and maybe just as flexible as that one directly ahead of her. Also something, I don't know what's going on with them front two quarters there, but something's gotten a hold of there a little bit. We need to work on that a little bit as well.
Results of Class 13 before the division. First place, go to back number 5100. Bred known by Cruz Collier, Bruno, Idaho. That's CPRH, Jolene, 4231 ET. Second place, bred known by Gracie Gist, Force Gibson, Oklahoma. We're going to welcome in those first and seconds. We'll select the champion reserve junior yearling female before we go into the grand drive here of your junior horned Herefords. Back over in the limousine ring, result.
Division again. This is going to shape up to be a really neat champion drive when we get at the end of the day here, obviously. And I'm very happy, and I think really some neat things as we talk about them a little bit. We're not just going to go full on through them, but the neat things about these first and second out of that first class, this third one, the second out of this, first one out of the second class, I'm sorry. Those three right there, with all the genomics, and then when you get in and just kind of get through them. They're all really good cattle. The really cool thing is there's no gaping holes with any of them. So now that's when it's really fun, is when you can put all the pieces of the puzzle together, and that's what the cattle industry is about. And so that's what's been fun for me by getting in and looking at these three right here. For me, it's it's not an easy division winner. It gets a shot closer for me for reserve, but I guess at the end of the day, the female that I'm going to be used for the reserve spot here just has a little bit more softness. I just like her angulation to her hind leg and then through her shoulder just a little bit better. I think she's a little more feminine as well. So with that being said, I'm going to use the two out of that first class. Congratulations to both those exhibitors.
Well, congratulations. Your junior yearling champion comes out of Class 12, exhibited by Ty Prezanowski of Peru, Illinois. That was Hawk Pura, 11 MET. Reserve champion, bred known by Maddie Jenkins, Athens, Texas. We'll get the arena cleared, and we're going to get started with your grand drive of our horned Herefords here at the Cattlemen's Congress.
we get out here and get out in our champion horn drive, I was a little reluctant when we were going through those calf classes as far as how all that was going to shape up, and because there were so many different ways that you could go in them classes, and but yet at the end of the day, when we kind of get them all back out here, they're all kind of cookie cutters, and I kind of feel pretty proud of myself there. Sometimes that doesn't always work out that way when you're doing these, and so I really like them all. I think they all have some nice things, and the biggest thing is the freshness, and still combining freshness with some muscularity and base width, and I commend the people that have gotten them ready and been doing this for the last however many months and days and whatever it may be. You've done an outstanding job. I'm very, very pleased with what I've got out here. I think they're all very nice and useful and practical, and we'll kind of go into some other things as we get into the pole drive. And yet one other thing I do want to say is the young lady that won the fourth division there, we didn't give her, she was her and that other heifer, those two young ladies were the only ones in that division. I was made unaware of that until after that, so congratulations to both you people. You both got good heifers, and very deservedly to be out here in this champion drive. So it becomes some minor things, and I'm not going to go back through and talk them all. You've heard me ramble on about what I've said about them. I know everybody around here has their favorites, and so do I, and sometimes they don't always agree at the end of the day, but that's kind of the cool thing. Some people like pepperoni pizza, some people like Supreme. It's okay, the world still goes around. So I'm going to go show you the two I like the best. Congratulations to each and every one of these kids. They've all done an outstanding job. Great showmen, great leaders, great people, and we'll continue on with our show, but I'll show you the two I like. Let's give them all a round of applause, please.
Well, congratulations, your grand champion horn female, exhibited by Ty Preznowski, Peru, Illinois. That's Hawk Pira, 11MET. And congratulations, Reserve Grand Champion, coming out of the same division, exhibited and bred by Maddie Jenkins, Athens, Texas. That was HAWBACC Tiana 407MET. We'd like to congratulate all of our junior horned Hereford exhibitors here at the Cattleman's Congress. In the limousine ring, starting to take a brief photo break before we get started with your junior pulled Hereford division.
Good class as we start out our pulled heifers here. Two very good individuals that come out here, and this young man that's going to win this class for me. For me, she's the fresher one, and she's just looks like she has a little more future, in my opinion, in terms of length of her cannon bone and her maturity pattern, how that's going to all develop in time. I don't know if she's got a UTI going on or what. She's got her whole tail kind of sticking out and acts like she's just a little uncomfortable, but yet as you get in and read her and discover and kind of look at some of those things about her, that's a very nice heifer. I like her feet and her legs, and I think those are all very good. But the big thing in particular is her freshness of kind and condition. The young man that's going to come in second here's one that's tremendously heavy structured, and I like that as well about her. She's smooth in her joint work, and so that's all good. Her balance is very nice, tremendous hair coat. For me, she's just a little more advanced that way in terms of her condition. She's just a little shorter in her cannon bone, so it makes me wonder what that one's going to be like making a yearling on down the line. I think she's going to maybe be just a freckle more moderate and smurfy, if you will, in time. The young lady that's going to come in here in third, here's a good one. Really like the condition, and that's the thing about this age group. I really like this freshness, and these cattle are very appropriate, and especially this one for her age and where she is at the stage of the game. That all looks like it all fits very nice. She's very good made as far as just her length of body, and has some width about her with that, but yet her biggest thing is just as she gets out and goes, she doesn't handle her top line as nice. She isn't quite as good off of her rear two as those two above her, but that's still a very nice female. When she gets get her showing a few more times and get her relaxed, that's all part of the game, and I fully am aware of that. But that's a good female. It's got a good future. Young lady right here. Here's again another one that's a little more advanced in terms of her condition at this stage of the game, in my opinion. But more importantly to me, she needs to be a little sounder as we get her out here. Just isn't quite as nice in her knee on down to the ground. Doesn't move as good. She's a little more mature looking up and through her front end, but still very good bodied, very square about her kind and through her hip. She just needs to be a little sounder to move any higher. Young man that's going to come in here next, again, a June female, looks like a female, just in terms of her condition. Head and her neck, everything all fits. Yeah, she doesn't maybe have the pounds as some of them, but I'm all right with that. But her biggest thing is that she's just a little narrower based naturally in order to get her any higher in this particular class. The young lady that's going to round out here, this is a very good female in terms of length of body, length of hip. I like that very well about her. She just isn't as nice in terms of her knee design and her shoulder design, and then when you get her going off of her rear two, she just gets a little cowhocked right in through there. Young lady that's going to round out the class here again is another fresh feminine female that you sure like that about her. Like the length of body. I think those are all very good. Doesn't have the overall width of base off of either end or the soundness to move her up any higher.
Old Show first place exhibited by back number 5116. That's ECR MARJ 50AET exhibited by Holden Roeder. Second place in that class, and congratulations will go to Rat Day of Telford, Tennessee. Third place exhibited by Riley Stockdale, Dayton, Pennsylvania. Fourth place went to Olivia MacArthur of Pittsford, Michigan. Fifth place exhibited by Caden and Corbin Perry of Tower Hill, Illinois. Sixth place went to Madeline Beard. And seventh place in that class exhibited by Paige Denniston. Now in the Hereford ring is class 15. These are polled spring heifer calves born April of 2025.
very good class again, and these first three are very, very good in my mind, and a little bit differences in their types and kinds, but yet, in my opinion, there's no doubt that this one that I'm going to use to win the class is the best one. And it, just from a structure standpoint, when you watch them go away from you, that's where she really excels the other two, is just she's so much squarer and truer and has more base width off of both ends, and then when you get in behind her, she has a better pin set and more lower shape and dimension. Love the way she's presented. She's fresh in her condition and kind, and very, very good. She's a long-bodied heifer, and I like that about her. I'm big on length of body. Length of body buys ranches, and then that's the way it's been. And you know, length of hip and all that, and you know, and then still has some pigment about her as well. I think that's a very good female. The female that comes in here second, very striking, very well shown, very well presented, very nice. Love her balance, especially from a side profile. I think that's where she's very, very good. Probably, again, as I talked about her, I like the freshness of her condition. But when we get in behind her and watch her get away from you, she wants to get in a little bit in her base. Maybe doesn't handle up of her front end quite as nice as well. But that's still a very, very good female there in second. The young lady that's going to come in here third, a female again. I like her added length maybe better than the female that's in second here. But yet with that being said, when she goes away from in even stance, she's not quite as collected. She wants to get her hocks in a little bit as well. I'd like to change her markings just a little bit, maybe make her a little more, a little less loud, if you will, as far as is concerned, but yet that's still a very good female. Very good in terms of her depth and spring to her rib cage, and I like a lot of those things about that female. That's a very good one in there in third. Young man that's going to come in here fourth. Now here's a cowie one in terms of just very sound and practical and good about her kind. Love her markings and the pigment and all that's all very, very good. So good on the move. Just does it so nicely that way. We just need more of it a little. So that's part of the deal sometimes when we get them here, but that's a good heifer. I like her foot and her bone. I think those are all very nice. She just kind of runs out of some style and class, if you will. Like to change her head just a little bit to get that one any higher, as is the young lady that's going to come in here. Here's a very nice female. Tremendously long, very level, not as good in terms of her shape. She gets a little flatter as far as her rib design is concerned, a little plainer and more mature about her head in this particular class. The young lady that's going to come in here, here's again another one that you like her in terms of her freshness. She's a little shorter sided. More importantly, she isn't quite as correct in terms of her structure to get her any higher, as is the young lady that's going to round out the class here. Here's a female that just doesn't move good enough for me to get her any higher.
Results out of class 15. First place was exhibited by back number 5126, Creighton Carpenter of Leedy, Oklahoma, with SC7J Sydney 550 NET. Second place in that class will go to Cruz Collier of Bruno, Idaho, with BK Saul Never Wrong 567 NET. Third place in that class exhibited by Macy Michelini. Fourth place was exhibited by Avon Moon. Fifth place went to Hadley Doris. Sixth place in that class, and congratulations goes to Delaney Chester. We're now going to welcome in class 16 to ring 1. These are Pulled Spring Heifer calves born March of 2025.
this class of these heifers. I tell you what, this thing is starchy. And I just from top to bottom, and you know, it's going to be really interesting, you know, watching these cattle develop in time, and you know, when you get into a class like this and with this many really good cattle, you know, the things of just of how well you're broke and how, you know, some of those things that play into it, you know, and that's what it becomes down to. But so many good cattle within this class, and you know, you can juggle these cattle around quite a few things and do some different things and how you weigh your priorities. But you know, for me, this young lady's heifer that wins the class, she's just probably does so many of the big things right. You know, she's very, very sound and has so much rib and shape. And then when you get in behind her, she's so nice in her top line and in her hip, and then very good about her base when she gets moving around. Handles herself so nicely, handles her top line just so nice as well. I think that's a very good female to win this class. The young man that's going to kind of comes in second. And when we did original pull, I just kind of wanted to get some of the better heifers up towards the front end so you could do some comparisons and maybe just more so get a good look at them is more than anything. And this heifer right here, I'll be honest with you, you know, just the way she's marked probably kind of sets her off a little bit and maybe makes her just a little bit boring about that way. But yet, as you get in and look at her and just really get to reading that heifer, so much strength down her top line. I love her head and her front end. All that's very, very good. And then yet feet and legs are so nice. The one thing that gets her beat within this part of it is that she just maybe doesn't have quite as much angulation to her shoulder as that heifer up front of her. I don't know that's the one thing about her that I'm going to question on her to make a yearling out of, is how that front end's going to hold, but I still think that's a very nice heifer. This heifer right here, when I first initially pulled them, you know, paperwork and everything, good spread, had some birth, and then, you know, her birth weight was where it needed to be, and her spread was very nice, and I like that about her, and that's probably where she excelled, and yet she's very good quality, and so that was the thing that kind of had me kind of gravitating to her right out of the gate. But the one thing that did probably get her beat here in this part is when we got her moving, is she just doesn't want to get out and have as good a authority, if you will. Maybe her foot size isn't quite as nice as those two above her, but that's still a very good female. We just need to get her just to move just a little bit nicer with a little more base width to get that one any higher. But that's a very nice female there coming in third. This young lady's female right here in fourth. This heifer's very nice, and then as we had her, I had her kind of there towards the end and was kind of doing some looking around, and I love her length of body. I love the fact that heifer is just so smooth and about her shoulder, and I think that one there, you know, maybe in time she might end up being the one that gets them in the end. She's maybe, I don't know if you're going to call her nickel big or not. I don't know if you're going to call her maybe one that just doesn't have as much spread up high, and more so down in the lower part of her quarter, she just gets a little more tapered right in through there. But so many nice things about that heifer. It's going to be fun to see how that one develops in time and give her some chances. This young lady that comes in here next, you know, there's just no denying the overall mass and shape that she has. She gets a little bit up there, and it reads it, and if you look at her birth and you look at her, it's there, you know, but not saying that some semen ain't going to change that, but more importantly, this one just gets a little rounder in her bone and a little rounder in her shoulder for me, but yet so many neat things about that heifer, and that's dang sure a good one you got there, young lady. The young man coming in here as we get him kind of circled around here, very fresh in her condition. This is a nice heifer as well, very up-headed about her look. My question with her is, as we get her moving and as kind of read into her, she gets a little up in her top, doesn't handle her pins quite as nice, maybe doesn't have as much true body depth in her as we do in some of them other cattle above her, but that's still a very, very nice female. It'll be interesting to see how she progresses classes in time. The young lady that comes in here, here's a good female as well, as we talked about. Very, very, very fresh in her kind and her condition, and I like that. She's just a little bit plainer in terms of her kind. Maybe doesn't have the overall shape and base width in that heifer as maybe some of those other ones. This heifer right here is very nice. She gets a little bit shorter bodied. I started moving her up just because that she could kind of get out and go pretty good compared to some of these other ones. But that's still a very nice heifer right there. But just runs out of some horsepower and some look to get her any higher. Young lady that comes in here, this is a good heifer as well. Very fresh in her kind and in her condition. She's given her some fits, but with that, we need to change the angulation to her shoulder. She doesn't want to move very nice, and then with that being said, she gets her top up out of her. That's just nitpicking on some cattle right here as we get on towards the end on a very good class. The young lady that comes in here, very good female, a little shorter hipped, like to change her head, not very feminine as far as her head and her neck is concerned. The young lady that comes in here, this is a good heifer, you know, just the big read on her was that how much true depth she had, very fresh in her condition, like to just tone her down just a little bit. She's a little big for me. The young man that's going to round out the class, again, another very fresh female, one that just doesn't have as overall much muscle shape and dimension, but more importantly, she needs to have more angulation to her structure to get up any higher. class of Hereford heifers. Very good. Again, extremely deep. When they handed me the sheet to come to this class, I went, holy moly, we could have maybe split some of these classes. It's definitely really good. And I know a lot of you folks out there have got, whether you have a dog in the fight or not, if you don't just enjoy just looking at good quality cattle and at the end of the day and listening to perspectives at the end of the day and where we weigh our measures, weigh our priorities, excuse me. This young lady that wins this class, she just kind of kept coming, and when we were kind of wanted to walk these final four, this is the one that, as far as a balance standpoint and muscularity, but she's the one that just handles everything so nicely, and more importantly, she's just better at the knee to ground and then just more slope and angulation to her front end than this female that's in second. And then when you couple that with, you kind of look on some paper, she's a little lower birth, maybe has some more growth, just the same amount of growth, if you will. So those are a couple little things that just kind of set her apart from the female that's going to be in second. I really like the length of body and the freshness of rib cage that this young lady's heifer has. Just so much true shape and dimension. I like so many things about her, and yet with that being said, as we get them in the nut cutter, I guess if at the end of the day when you just sit here and you look at them, she just doesn't want to handle her knee to ground and all that right up in through her front end in the way she wants to move out of that and set it as secure as that female ahead of her. But yet that's still a very nice female, very fresh in her condition, and that's what I really appreciate about her as well. This young guy right here, I'm not going to say I lost him, but as we kind of wanted to get some of these cattle together, and he was kind of struggling, and that's always the part of having young people like this and in first show potentially for the cattle, and now we're just when you first come in the gate and trying to get everybody associated with everything and used to the surroundings, and then but yet as you look at this heifer's very, very good. Love her condition, and then maybe at the point at this time might be a fresh yet too lean to be just totally ready. But yet if you look at this one, very striking in her pose, very true and natural about her shape. I think that's all very good. Freckle faced, that's all very good as well. The problem with her for me is just she's not quite as strong in through her hip and maybe as level right through there, yet that's still a very, very good female. That was going to to watch to see what happens in time with her as we go on down the road. This young lady that comes in here, here's the power and the stoutness, and with that she's also maybe the furthest along in condition. I like a lot of things about her, true width and shape and dimension, that's all very good. She maybe isn't as maternal in the lower part of her body, but more importantly she's just a little further along. To change her head some too. She's just a little advanced there in my opinion compared to the others. The young lady that's going to come in here again is a very nice female. Sure like this one a good deal. And when you get in and freshen about her condition, true in her shape, I like that as well about her. Maybe just a little plainer about her kind as we get her out here, but very sound, very nice female. Just doesn't maybe have as many bells and whistles about her as some of those others above. Young lady that come in here's a very nice female too, very similar to the one right directly ahead of her, doesn't move as nice as that heifer right there. This young man right here, this is a nice heifer here as well, very well presented, very nice, tremendous hair coat. When you get in underneath all that hair, there's a little more fat on that one, and I don't know if there's just as much true shape and dimension. As you watch her get away from you, she doesn't have as much base width as some of those others. The young man that comes in here, this is a good heifer again, like her freshness of condition. And again, she's just one that's a little piecier about her kind, just gets a little bit up in her tail head, doesn't handle her front end quite as nice, maybe gets a little pigeon-toed up there as well. Young lady right here, this is a good heifer here as well. Very, very nice in terms of her condition, maybe not just the overall underneath shape in her, blown apart and through her chest floor and in her body, but that's still a very nice heifer, doesn't move quite as nice as those other ones. Young lady here's a very long-bodied heifer, sure like that about her. She's going to be awfully good sized at the end of the day, but doesn't have the overall depth and spring to her rib as those other ones. Here again is heifer rounding out the class. Here again is another nice female, just isn't as sound off of both ends to move her any higher.
17, first place exhibited by Ella Weldon with Ella Zara 509. Second place in that class was exhibited by Tessa McKenna Smith with KJTWJ 907E Chardonnay 912 NET. Third place in that class will go to Owen Green of DeWitt, Michigan. Fourth place was exhibited by Delaney Chester. Fifth place, and congratulations, goes to Hannah and Ryan Olson. Sixth place was exhibited by Jalen and Addison Kuntz. Now in the ring, your first and seconds to select a champion reserve pulled spring heifer calves. We'd like to also congratulate in Limson Ring your champion.
Little bit of time as we get into this division, and this is really good. And let's give these exhibitors a round of applause. Tremendous set of females. You know, there's some obvious differences in their kind and type and advances, and but yet and still, with that being said, you know, I'm very happy with all 8 of these females. I think they've all got a tremendous amount of good in them and have some future, and it's going to be fun to kind of watch as they develop and where they're going to go and how they end up at the end of the day. So, but there's dang sure some ways you could do this, but in my mind, I really like the one that I'm going to use to win this class, this division. She's just so many good things about her and combines so many things that I personally look for in cattle. And so with that being said, we'll get you a couple of champions out of this division, and congratulations to them.
Coming out of Class 15, that's 5126, Creighton Carpenter, Leedy, Oklahoma. Bred by Steerwalt Cattle, that's SC7J Sydney 550 NET. Congratulations, reserve champion. Going to back number 5152, that's Ella Jungle Fox, 5018 ET, bred known by Ella Weldon of Piedmont, Oklahoma. We'll get the ring cleared, get started with your next division here in our Pulled Hereford show. We're going to welcome in Class 18 Pulled Junior Heifer Calves, born February of 2025.
really good class, and that from front to rear it's just been really good, and they just keep coming. And this is one of them interesting classes that you can kind of try to weigh some things in. And I'm going to tell you, this lead heifer, yep, she's genomicked, and she's a minus I don't have my glasses, minus 5.6 and a 6.5 on her birth, yes. But she's also a 131 on her yearling, which accelerates her as far as her growth curve standpoint is concerned, and couple that with that she's got a bunch of ribeye in her. So, I'm one of them guys that we can taper that off. And so when I see a 6 birth and I kind of look at that, and she don't read it at all. She is very smooth, and she's not jug-headed, she's not coarse boned, she's not wing-shouldered, she's not any of those things that just kind of make you go, I wonder where that's all coming from. But yet it is what it is. And so, but I like the heck out of this one. She's just really good, very maternal, very good, just really gets out and goes. If there's one thing I'd change a little bit other than that birth, would be also I'd like to she's maybe just got a little bit of fat end underneath there on her udder, and maybe just kind of got a little more on her at this stage of the game, but she handles it very well. Her front end is very fresh. That's really nitpicking on that one. That's really good female. Young man that's going to come in here second. Here's another really nice one too. Very sound and very good. She is also so many nice things in terms of her markings and the way that her bone and her hind leg is concerned. She's a fresher made, and then the female that's in second. I like her head a little bit nicer. Her shoulder lays into her quite very nice. The thing about her that doesn't get her above that one that wins this class is just the overall center body to her, that heifer that wins this class. This young man that comes in here third, big pinned heifer. I like that. Tremendous shape, base width, very good underneath. But also with that, she's a little straighter in her hock and a little straighter in her knee and shoulder. Concerns me a little bit moving on down the line. She's kind of ready for war today in terms of her condition, but yet she's one I want to tone her back a little bit there. The young lady that's going to come in here, here's a very nice female. Love the freshness of her condition, like her levelness of her design. Just doesn't have the overall power and mass as those ones up above her, but more importantly, she just doesn't maybe have the angulation to her knee and doesn't get out of that quite as nicely as those other ones ahead of her. Young man right here, he's been playing tug of war out here all day. Been giving her all he's got, doing a heck of a job. He's got a really good one. I like a lot of things about this heifer. She's just a little hard to see today because she's fighting him so bad. Just like to change her up in through her head and her neck some there as well and make that a little more youthful, if you will. But love the freshness of her design. Just can't get a good read as far as her movement is concerned. Young man that comes out here, here's a really nice one as well. Very long, very fresh, extremely up-headed about her kind. Just gets a little tighter in her hip, doesn't handle her hock as nice, but more importantly, she's just a little narrow-chested for me. The heifer that comes in here, here's a female that's tremendously broody and cowy, and I like that about her. She's a little plainer about her kind. The other issues that I'd like to change her in through her shoulder and forerib and just smooth her up. She just gets a little plainer about her overall design. Good kind of cattle there, though. This young lady, again, here's another good female. Sure like that one a good deal. She's a little steeper out of her shoulder and front end, a little more base narrow. The young lady that's going to round out the class here, again, extremely extended, very fresh, just needs more angulation to her front end and off of her rear end as well to move any higher. Well, a good class as we get out here, and definitely trade-offs and differences, and where you want to sacrifice a few things to gain on some others, and for me, this heifer I'm going to use to win this class. Just for me, she's just a combination female in terms of length of body, length of spine, freshness of condition, and I think that's a really nice thing that she has. She moves out of her hip nice. She doesn't move maybe quite as nice out of her knee as you'd sure like to see, but yet for me at the end of the day, just from a balance standpoint, and where she excels the heifer in second is that she's just a little more leveler about her design when we get her standing there. But that's a very nice female to win this class. The young lady that's going to be second here, this female is extremely long bodied, sure like that. I like the freshness of her condition that she's in. She's one that just doesn't maybe move quite as nice. Maybe like to drop her in her center a little bit, but probably more importantly, I want to change her up and through her front end a little bit as she goes. And she just doesn't hold herself collectively as nice as that heifer ahead of her when she's standing. This heifer right here is pretty intriguing and got some interesting pieces and parts. Young man, I'll tell you one thing. If you keep brushing and blowing on that kind of hair like that, you will dang sure be a Hereford lover if you come back and get another one. That is one nappy-haired thing, but that is a very good heifer in terms of depth of rib, spring of rib. I just like to make more of her. She's a little shorter bodied. And also the other thing that I have a concern about her is if you look at her vulva, she's a little smaller right in through there, just maybe isn't quite as maternal right through that area, but very, very good female. Young man that comes in here next, this is a good heifer as well. Not a sound out of her front end and doesn't move with as much looseness a hip, but that's a really good heifer. This heifer right here is very intriguing of this young lady's. I really like some things about her. My problem with her is that she isn't as nice in through her shoulder from her knee to ground. She gets to tone out some of there. Maybe just gets a little more terminal about that looking through her front end. This heifer right here, this heifer's got a tremendous amount of exotic pieces and parts right there. Big old hip in her, but she doesn't want to hook those pieces together quite as nicely. Young lady rounding out the class. Here's a really nice female, very conventional and functional in her kind, just doesn't have as much look and quality about her.
Smaller class this time.
No.
First place exhibited by Holden and Mason Rotor with KJTWJ 907E Chardonnay 825 NET. Second place in that class, and congratulations go to Gunner and Fallon Gore with BK Net Return Points 552 NET. Third place was exhibited by Jack and Case Connolly. Fourth place was exhibited by Gage Graham and Grady Creamer, Waxahachie, Texas. Fifth place, my apologies, goes to Kaylee Rude of Ardmore, Oklahoma. Sixth place in that class went to Wesley Phillips. Seventh place, exhibited by Cameron Brown. Now currently in the ring is Class 20. These are pulled junior heifer calves, born January of 2025. Back over in the Lemmy ring, results out of our first
And maybe not the overall depth of quality that maybe we've had previously in the day in these pulled heifer calves, but yet I don't think when we get off on our class winner, we're not letting off the gas in terms of our class winners are concerned. Good female right here, got a nice look about her, extremely long and level about her kind. I like her freshness of condition, good feet and legs, nice female. Let her start this class. Young man that's going to be second here, good female, very good in terms of her depth of rib and smoothness. From her shoulder on forward and back, and as we analyze her and look at her that way, she's one though, as we get her in motion, you can see it, she doesn't want to get out of her front end or her rear end. She's a little shorter hipped as well too, so that just kind of adds to the whole thing there. But good female in terms of overall shape and dimension, and still maintain some femininity. We just need her to walk a little better to get her any higher. Young lady right here in third, she's having a heck of a time, and she's hanging in there, doing a good job. And that heifer's just, she's just been that way during the whole class. And so just got to get her broke. But that's a good heifer. Just a little hard to get a read on her. Just don't know what she's going to be like up out of her front end there as well. But that's a good heifer there, there in third. There's a good heifer right here again in fourth. Nice female in terms of her overall depth of body and spring or rib. Just runs out of some quality about her front end, and maybe more importantly, just doesn't maybe handle her front end as far as her knee on down as well either. The young man that comes in here, here's a good female, very practical and functional in her kind. She just doesn't have the overall quality and elevation up there through her front end to move her any higher. Young lady right here, this is a good female in terms of quality. She just gets a little narrower about her face and her head and in through her chest floor for me, but that's still a very nice female. Young man that's going to round out the class, here's the one that Genomics just ripped it up, and with that, that's very nice cattle. And that's not why she's last by any means. She's just maybe not quite as pretty as some, and just doesn't maybe have as overall balance as some of those other cattle. Very good female.
Ring results out of Class 20. First place go to back number 5209. That's GS Sweet Knockout N09 ET, exhibited by Cruz Collier of Bruno, Idaho. Second place exhibited by Grady Gage and Graham Creamer, Waxahachie, Texas. Third place in that class went to Carly Musser. Fourth place exhibited by Callie Borgen. Fifth place will go to Jace Montgomery. Sixth place was exhibited by Bailey Beck. Seventh in that class will go to DJ Moore. We're now going to welcome in Class 21. These are pulled junior heifer calves born January of 2025.
good class of heifers again, and this heifer that wins this class is very, very nice in terms of just the way that she's just made out through her hip and hind leg and down to her top line, and the point of her shoulder lays into her very, very nicely. That's a female that gets out and goes very good. You know, if there's one thing her coloring is a little bit out there for me, and that's pretty loud, but I guess, whatever you want to do with that, but it's just not a criticism, just a description. So the female that comes in here in second, this is one that just kind of keeps working herself up, and actually for me the thing that worked her up is the fact that she is just very, very sound, and that's where she gets above those the heifers in third and fourth. Her movement is better, and more importantly, I think there's more natural heifer than the heifer that's in third in terms of just her overall lower shape, but I think that's a good female there. But her problem is when she gets kind of standing there, she gets a little easy in her top and doesn't want to hold herself together quite as nicely, but that's still a very nice female. This female right here, coming in third, this is a good heifer as well. Very good in terms of her shape. Love the way that one's marked. I think that's all very good there. Good hair coat on her. Doesn't want to get out of her front end at times is nice. Just gets a little up in her top line. Just maybe doesn't have as much rib shape and base width in her as those two cattle above her. This one right here in fourth, this one I like a bunch in terms of length of body, muscularity, shape, rib shape. Her problem lies within her front end. She just doesn't want to get out of there very good. She's a little smaller footed and finer boned as well, but that's still a very good female in terms of length of body, true muscle shape, and dimension. The young lady that's going to come in here, this is a good female as well. Like her freshness of condition, got some bone and some foot to her. Her problem is that I don't like her hip quite as well. It doesn't hook together quite as nice. Gets a little coarser in through her forerib and shoulder for me. Young lady right here, there's a female that you sure like the depth and spring to her rib. She's a little advanced in her condition, but more importantly, she's just a little upright out of her front end, doesn't want to get out and go very good out of there. Her neck wants to set right there on the top of her shoulder some. As is the young lady here, this female is very nice in terms of her freshness of condition. Doesn't have as much just true base width and shape and femininity to get her up any higher. The young lady that rounds out the class, here's a good female in terms of length of body, length of hip, just not quite as overall as much balance and quality in that female to get her any higher.
Place exhibited by Suter Clark, Gretna, Virginia, with E.R. Kelly 501 ET. Second place in that class went to Blakely Skelzer of Oolaga, Oklahoma, with BK Night Fever 571 NET. Third place was exhibited by Lute Judy. Fourth place and congratulations in that class will go to Cruz Collier. Fifth place exhibited by Katie Piper. Sixth place and congratulations went to McKenna and Morgan Rogers. Seventh will go to Blaine and Brianna Smith. Eighth place in that class was exhibited by Bradley Blake. We're now going to select a champion reserve pulled junior heifer calves.
Again, a very competitive division, and my hands, I don't know what to say, my hat's off to you, I guess, is where I was wanting to go with that. But this is really good, and this is a little tougher than maybe what I was thinking it was going to be when we was going through these classes, because there's some really good ones in here, and you know, there's a few little, on the two that originally I had in my mind when they came in and for division, you know, there was a couple of things that, you know, I questioned a bit about them, whether or not, you know, fundamentally if that's exactly the direction I want to go, but yet still at the end of the day, the other fundamentals are also very, very good, and they excel in those things too. You know, and so we've talked about them, and you know, it's just going to kind of come down to a couple little things at the end of the day, and that, you know, it's just it's so good, and my hat's off to all of the people, because it's to make them this good. All of these calf classes. I mean, there was some of them calf classes that are 8, 9, 10 deep. That you know, it's just kind of how the day goes together. I've been in that situation myself with our family, where we kind of used the junior show to get them broke, and so and it was okay. I didn't have any problems with that. We just didn't ever have the time, and at times in South Dakota, to kind of get them broke to lead the way we wanted, because of all the ice and snow and everything else. And okay, it's you know, and so, but there was a lot of quality and a lot of, and I think it's just going to be so neat to watch them advance in their time, and see what's all going to go on as they progress, as make yearlings out of them for these young people. So with that being said, I'm going to go out and I'm going to show you a couple of cattle that I like. Not to take anything away from the other ones, but this has been super competitive, and I think there's just a tremendous amount of good in these cattle. So I'll show you the two I like. Congratulations. Let's give them a round of applause.
Champion in that division. We'll go to back number 5223. That's ER Kelly 501 ET. Exhibited by Suter Clark of Gretna, Virginia, and bred by Blaze Edwards of May, Texas. Reserve champion in that division, going to back number 5184. That was CLNS Scarlet Witch 5110 ET, owned by Sierra Claire and Cricket Collins, Chattanooga, Oklahoma. We'll get the ring cleared and welcome in Class 22 polled senior heifer calves.
Well, again, a good, very good class of cattle, and there's every one of them's useful and practical, and then you got this one that wins this class. There's a lot of adjectives you can use to describe her, and every one of them's good. The young lady that's going to be second, a very good female here. In terms of freshness of kind, and you sure like so many things about her as well. She's up-headed, has a good look about her. Maybe like to open her up in her base just a little bit and give her a little more flexibility out of her knee, but that's still a very nice female to come in second. Good female in third here. I mean, she just kind of run into a particular buzzsaw to win and another one a little better than her, but this one's a good female. Love her length, love her smoothness, has some muscularity. She's just one that isn't as nice structured as some of those two above us, but that's still a good quality female that has some good pieces and parts to her as well. The young man that's going to come in here, this is one I had her kind of pulled out a little higher. She's one I sure like her look and her kind. I just don't like the way she gets out of her front end. I just doesn't want to that very nicely up there through there. The young lady that's going to come in here, very cowy one. I like the flexibility that one has. She's a little plainer about her kind. Just isn't quite as neat and nice about her shape and her condition as well. So the young lady that's going to come in here, here's a good female as well. Just a little piecier in her kind. Doesn't maybe handle her front end in terms of structure and how she gets out of there as well either. Young man here, here's a good muscular female. Has some base width, some width underneath. Doesn't have the overall depth and femininity. And the young lady that's going to round out the class, kind of the second verse, same as the first. Very good in terms of length of body and shape and muscularity. Just want to change her in terms of her knee and her femininity to move her any higher.
First place was exhibited by Landry Allen, Nacona, Texas, with BACC 241, Haley 472. Second place in that class exhibited by Harper Starnes of Fort Payne, Alabama, with TR 8105, Amaya 350 MET. Third place exhibited by Suter Clark, Gretna, Virginia. Fourth place, Good Gauge Creamer, Waxahachie, Texas. Fifth place was exhibited by Addison Davis and Connolly Ward. Sixth place went to Mackenzie Boyer. Seventh place in that class exhibited by Rhett Day, and eighth place went to Riley Hollis. Now in Arena 1, this is Class 23, Polled Senior Heifer Calves, born October of 2024. is in red.
Top here, and it's kind of a little give and take, and to be truthfully honest with you, both of them are not just perfect up out of their front ends in terms of how they move or how they kind of lay their shoulder and their knee together. And so with that being said, so then it just kind of went with the female for me that just has a little more just true power. I like her length of hip better. I think she's just got more true width and dimension. She has a little more chest, I'll give you that one there, but as far as just true width and shape, and I think it just for me, she just handles herself just a little bit nicer the way when she moves up, it holds her neck out of her shoulder. The young lady that's going to come in here second, that's a good female as well. Got a nice look to her, very long-bodied, sure like that about her as well, but she's one that we think sure need to change her up out of her shoulder, just give her a little more depth and spring to her rib. The young man's going to come in here third. Here's a good female as well, good length of body, like the squareness to her hip. She's one too. It's just a little plainer about her kind. Want to change the slope and angulation to her shoulder as well to get her to move any better. The young lady that's going to come in here next, here's a female that you sure like in terms of her overall freshness of condition. But with that being said, she doesn't get out of her front end or off of her rear end quite as nice. Gets a little plainer about her kind as well. The young lady that's going to round out the class, extremely deep-sided kind of female. Here's a female you sure like the way her pigmentation is in her, but that's another female there that we just sure want to change her in terms of her movement. Nice class as we resume our show. A nice female here to win this class. So much depth and spring to her rib. I like her freshness of her condition, and yet as you analyze her on paper, she's genomic and big spread heifer, and that's what's really neat to me is a 2.7 to a 125. I think that's some really neat data and some figures to work with for that young man. We'd sure like to let her move a little better out of her front end from a structure standpoint. But yet there's some really neat pieces. She needs to win this class. Young lady that's going to be second here again is another female that's genomic, and appreciate that about her. She's a female. You certainly can kind of create a bit of an argument whether or not if she does move a little bit better. In my opinion, she doesn't, so that's kind of a piece with those two. She just doesn't have as much depth and spring to her rib and much natural thickness as that female that wins this class. Young lady, it's going to be third. Here's another nice female. You sure like her length, and I think that's where she has the advantage over the female that rounds out the class. She is longer bodied. I'd like to change her shoulder, how she's hooked up in there. She's a little perpendicular there. Young man that rounds out the class, good marked female. Sure like the depth of body, the spring of rib, just a little shorter in terms of her rib, a little plainer about her kind.
Class 24, Arena 1, first place exhibited by Foster Wingler of Christiana, Tennessee, with KJ 532J Coco Demand 712M. Second place in that class, and congratulations goes to Paley Miller of Belleville, Texas, with GKB D87 Liliana 4724. Third place will go to Paige Dennison of West Texas with CFCC Delilah 731M. And fourth place, and congratulations will go to Austin Barcom of Clyde, Texas. Over here in Arena 2, we're going to get started with
our fall division here. Again, a really good set of heifers in the first and their respective second places. Let's give these a round of applause. This is a good set of cattle right here. You know, we're going to kind of keep things moving like we have all day, and kind of at the end of the day when we get out into this division, there's one in particular that's just absolutely ready for war, and with that. And our reserve is going to be very nice. I think it all just kind of comes down to a personal preference in terms of just balance between phenotype and some genomics and some numbers. But the young man that wins that first class, she's going to be your division champion. The reserve is going to be the young man that wins that last class. Congratulations. here, and the front three are very, very nice, a little bit different in types and kinds to an extent, but yet for me, the female that wins this class from a shape standpoint, and you get in behind her and watch her go away from you, she has the most base width. I think that's all very good. There's nothing numerically that really kind of sets them apart from one another. They're all kind of about the same and in that regard. So, we just kind of go back to basics and fundamentals, which is great, and we always do that, but yet you always try to find some things maybe that can help you out. But yet still, from a quality standpoint, presentation, this young man's female wins the class. This is a good female here in second. I like this one a good deal in terms of just cowiness and depth and spring to her rib, and just so nice in terms of her feet and her legs. Probably the biggest concern for me is just her teats and then just the size of them. They're a little coarser right now, and for me, and but yet that's still a very nice female. And again, as I said, I'd like to open her up in terms of her stifle and her base and get that a little bit opened up there. But that's still a very nice female there to come in second. Good female here in third. Again, long-bodied. I like her marking. Her pigmentation's very good, and you sure like the bone work that she has. She doesn't balance herself as nice as them other two. She's just a little bit piecier. Doesn't up and through her top and her tail head right in through there. Just doesn't hook that all together quite as nice, but love the depth and spring to her rib. Gets out of her front end very nice, very practical and functional about her front end as well. The young lady that's going to come in here fourth is a good female here, practical and useful in her kind, a lot of strength when you analyze her down in through her top line, and just doesn't have the overall structural integrity and correctness as those other ones ahead of her, but that's still a very nice female. Good practical female again here right in front of me. Good female in terms of just her overall femininity, just tremendous look that way. Doesn't have the overall mass as those other cattle ahead of her, but that's still a very nice female. Young lady rounds out the class. This one here is kind of a little bit different speed, maybe not my speed, but there's some really interesting pieces and parts to her. Maybe just gets a little bit more on a terminal look for me, but still, that female has some pieces that can be used in some other areas, but tremendous length, tremendous look as far as her extension, but as you can see her go, she just doesn't get out and go.
First place, exhibited by Collier and Braylon Schaefer, Hagerstown, Indiana, with Hawk KP Marley, 50 MET. Second place, bred known by Riley Stockdale, Dayton, Pennsylvania. That was SCC 756 High Dollar 42M. Third place will go to Hannah Olson of Arkdale, Wisconsin. Fourth place was exhibited by Riley Hollis. Fifth place went to Coble and Colvin Lewis. Sixth place exhibited by Lacey Talley. Back over to the Angus Ring, results at a Class 3B here in your Bull Show. First place went to back number 4388. That was TXLO. Cuerno Bravo X99, exhibited by Elaine Pellerin of Zachary, Louisiana. Second place in that class, exhibited by Angelo State University, San Angelo, Texas. Now in the ring is Class 4B.
Good class here of our maize, and you know, there's some different things you can weigh some priorities on, and you know, and it creates the issues there. But for me, the heifer that I'm going to use to win the class is the freshest one, and still, and then yet as we analyze her, she's the best moving one as well. She's got enough muscle and enough shape, but I like she does have some base width off of both ends, and the young lady's done a nice job of keeping that in her as well. And so for me, that's just the one. All three of these front three that are in contention are all genomic, and so that's also a neat thing and that we have going on there. But I just from a soundness standpoint, freshness standpoint, in the fact that she can just get out and motor, that's just the thing right there that I like the most about that female. The young lady that comes in second, I really like this heifer in terms of her overall depth of body. I like her pigment a little bit better as well. At least she's covered on both eyes. That's all very good. But yet at the end of the day, she was just struggling to get her to kind of go, and she wasn't wanting to move. And as you can see, she just, when you get in behind her, she doesn't want to get out and flex her hip quite as nicely. But that's still a very nice cowy female that has the ability to do that. The young man that comes in here third, I like this female a good deal from a pieces standpoint. Extremely long, extremely good hipped, and length of hip is very good. You get in behind her, she's got a lot of muscularity, a lot of shape. I like her pigment. That's all very good as well. She's got a little problem going on up front too with her shoulder and her knee. Doesn't want to flex that quite as nice and isn't as relaxed in there. But that's still a very, very nice female, very high quality female there in third. The young lady that's going to round out the class here, this is a good female. I sure like a lot of things about her in terms of functionality. Really like her teat size and spacing right there. That's also very, very good about her. Just doesn't maybe have quite as many bells and whistles to get her any higher, but yet fundamentals and practicality is very, very good with that female. a good set of females as we get them all out here, and they're all very good, and they all have some differences about them in terms of their types and kind, and so that's just kind of however you weigh your priorities in on these and what you want to do with them. There's some differences again, and you know, we got the ones out of that last class that are genomic, and these ones up here are not, and that's, you know, not a huge thing. There's some cattle that read, you know, with a little more birth with them as well, but I think the spread and the guesswork is potentially out of those other two, you know, but still, if we're going to sit here and talk about them phenotypically, yeah, there's some things you really get drawn to on this female that wins this first class, and she's very nice in terms of just overall length of body, and she's got some muscularity, and you sure like that about her. She's one that, yeah, I'd like to put some pigment on her. She's one I'd also like to kind of shorten up her teats a little bit, but as well, but that's still a very nice female, and give her a little more strength about her head. But you know, if you like that real freak front end in them, then that's all very nice. The exoticness of that, that's all very good too. The young lady that wins that second class, that's a heifer there that you sure like some things about her in terms of her freshness and soundness and the balance of all of her traits. And yeah, and she's one I'd like to put a little bit of pigment on her as well. But yet still with that one's very, very good. Just fundamental cow. I think that's all very, very nice. So the young lady that was second in that class, again, she's very nice. And I think this is a very strong division in terms of just depth of quality and overall kind. I think they're all very, very good. I'm going to end up using the young lady out of that second class to be your champion, and I'm going to use the young man to be your reserve. Congratulations.
Intermediate yearling division champion, exhibited by Ella Deford of Jarrettsville, Maryland, with GS Kelly M30ET, and reserve champion. And congratulations go to Collier and Braylon Schaefer, Hagerstown, Indiana, with Hawk KP Marley 50MET. We'll now look to see Class 27 pulled spring yearling females.
nice class and some challenges obviously within them, and then you expect that when you get into these Hereford yearlings. I've watched it for years and experienced those same struggles as well, and so you know the balance of getting condition correct and keeping soundness and keeping all of those things together then becomes the problem, and so you know, however you want to weigh your priorities, and that's fine, but you know, at the end of the day, this female right here that wins this class, you know, there's just so many nice things about her. She's very cowy and looks very good there. Love her condition. I think that's just right spot on. I'm not just 100% in love with her feet. I don't think they're a major issue, but I think that they're just maybe just a little bit kind of wanky there at times. I like to just give her just a little more heel, I guess, personally. But yet, for me, the thing that she stands out, the nicest between the two heifers behind her, is the fact that has the best angulation to her knee, and she's best there. She does have some slope right in through there, and her shoulder is the nicest there as well. She's not as stout as them two right behind her, and I'll give them that, you know, but yet still at the end of the day, longevity and soundness. I do like the utter quality of that female that she's coming with. I think that's what kind of separates her. This one, this dark red heifer here, being boy oh boy, when she first comes in, you just go running to her. She kind of brings the heat when it comes to first impressions. You know, love them big red eyes, that dark red hair, and very fresh haired as well. And that's what, you know, you like so many things that way about her, you know, but then as you get to analyzing her, she gets out and you can kind of see it. And I've tried to watch her, and then as she looks at the crowd there, her front end just isn't quite good enough for me. She just labors out of that. Her teat size and spacing, that's another issue that really draws me, kind of turns me off there on that female. But from a presentation and showman and the whole deal, young man, you got a nice one. You're doing a heck of a nice job. Just a few of those things right there just kind of got you in trouble. The young man that's going to get here in third, this female, tremendously stout. And as I kind of brought her up, you know, she just kind of kept growing on me. She's so cowy and so nice that way. She does have a little extra condition. She needs to be laid into her shoulder better and needs to move better out of that front end. But yet, still with that being said, there's a lot of cow there, and there's a lot of female, and there's a lot of usefulness and practicalness there with that female. This young lady that come in here, she's been bringing good ones all day, and this one's still a good one. She's just not necessarily my speed. She's just a little shorter stature. With that, she's a little finer bone, doesn't balance everything as nicely, and then she does have a little more condition on her as well. But that's still a very useful, practical kind of female, just not 100% my kind. The young man that comes out here now, if you like big pieces, holy Hannah, there it is. You like bone, you like something with a cool neck, and you like all those things that can really throw some pieces out there. That female right there's got them all, you know, but yet with that being said, you know, you kind of read her data, and she gets out there on her birth, and it reads there, but yet that's just not 100% my speed, but that's still good female quality livestock. If that's your kind, so be it. I'm not going to argue with you that. Just not my kind. The young lady that comes in here next, this is a good female as well. I like her length of body, her squareness of hip. I'd like to change her in through her head. She's not as sound out of her front end or her rear as well, but that's still a very quality good female. Young lady that kind of rounds out the class. Here's again is another nice female. Like her depth of body. She just doesn't want to get out and go off of either end as well, but still a very good class of cattle, a lot of depth in that class.
#27 First place in Class 27, exhibited by Riley Stockdale of Dayton, Pennsylvania. That was SCCH 18 Rivy 29M. Second place in that class will go to Luke Hamlin, Weatherford, Texas. Third place was exhibited by Graham Creamer of Waxahachie, Texas. Fourth place went to Ella Weldon, Piedmont, Oklahoma. Fifth place exhibited by Coble and Colvin Lewis. Sixth place went to Hayes and Kendall Devine. Seventh place exhibited by Ella Deford. Down the ring is Class 28. These are pulled spring yearling females born March of 2024.
again is another one of them things that when you get into Hereford yearlings, it's all the things just come crashing down on you at times, and you know, and you're going, well, where are we going to sacrifice this to get this, and what are we going to do to get here to get there, and you know, and so that's always the question at hand when you get into this part of the show, and because it is hard. Hereford cattle do so many good things in terms of fleshing ability, and then when you get them to this point, it's darn sure hard to keep them fresh. And part of that's their fleshing ability, and part of it's just their nature. So they're just getting be tired of this stuff. And then I can't say that I blame them either. But, you know, so at the end of the day, you know, so the female I'm going to use to win this class is she's a great deal plenty for me, and I'll be the first one to admit that. And yet, with that being said, you know, the way she's made and the way that she balances is very, very nice. And for me, though, is I probably like her head just a little bit better, but more importantly, I like her knee, just more angulation right in through there and the way that she sets it. You know, I'd like to get her to moving better out of her rear, too. She just kind of wants to just short step around, and I get that, and that's where I'd like to change that heifer some. But yet, still, from a quality standpoint, I think that's the deal with her. She maintains mass and correctness of top line better than the two heifers directly behind him. And so that's kind of where I drew my line in the sand, if you will, is the correctness of top line is where that come to a head. And so this female right here at second, I prefer her hind leg and her bone and her hip. I think that's all very, very good, you know, but with that, when she gets out and goes, she is wanting to bring her top line up out of her. She isn't as nice the way as she gets out of her shoulder and lets that go. And so, but that's still a very nice female. I like a lot of things about that female right there. The young lady that comes in third, again, this is one that, you know, from a freshness standpoint, and yet, is she fresh or is she harder? I don't think that she's hard doing by no means, you know, but for her, she's the one too that as she gets out and goes, she doesn't handle her loin quite as nice as those other two ahead of her, but with that, she doesn't have as much true width and shape in her as those other two cattle above her. The young man that comes in here, there's a female you sure like in terms of just overall power and mass and kind, but again, she just gets a little bit plainer, not quite as feminine, if you will, a little coarser about her teats, and I'd like to change that. The young lady that comes out here, here's a female you sure like. She gets out and reaches, but yet she's just a little plainer about her kind for me, gets a little crestier about her neck. The young lady that rounds out the class here, this is a female that you sure do like a good deal as well in terms of length of body, freshness of condition. She's one that just isn't maybe as deep and as bold and in a rib cage. I'd like to change her in through her shoulder, in through her knee to move her any higher. continue on. A good division again with these Marches and Aprils, good classes, and very, very good as far as strength within the cattle, and a good set of them. And it's been hard. I get it. It's danged hard to work with these yearlings, these Hereford yearlings, and getting them to this point, and those things can get to be a little bit more challenging. But I guess for me, at the end of the day, you know, there's again, it's weighs down to some preferences, and yet at the end of the day, I think we just need to run with those two cattle out of that second class. I think those two right there, at the end of the day, have the most good in terms of just strength and power and usefulness and practicality. Let's give them a round of applause. Again, a good class of females, and you know, there's obviously some differences in type and kinds as you get out here, and you know, for me, as we kind of get out here, and this kind of painted up heifer, she's the one that, you know, still maintains some balance and some stoutness and some power, and along that, it couples that with some you know, some soundness and some reach, and I'm not going to tell you she's perfect out of her front end how she gets out of there, but it's good enough for me in this particular class. The young man's female right here in second. This one here, I sure love her in terms of her length of body, her teat size, her spacing. All of those things are very good. She just gets a little deeper in through her chest floor, kind of ruins the cosmetics of her somewhat. And then with that, it doesn't balance with her depth of rib and in the center part of her rib. I really like this heifer right here that wins, that ends up third. And I really worked on and trying to get her to win the class, in my opinion. But you know, at the end of the day, I just thought that as we got her walking and got her moving, I just didn't like the way that her shoulder and her front end, and still, I really prefer her freshness and her condition. And I know that's hard to do, and so sometimes when you get cattle that are a little bit overdone and they move like that, you think, well, maybe that's going to be all right in time, but yet with her being as lean, I think that's a thing that she owns particularly. The young man that comes in here next, again, here's one that you sure can get drawn to of some things about her. I'll be the first one to tell you that I don't like the way she gets out of her rear too, and I'll also be the other one to tell you I don't like them udders fit like that. You need to cut some of that. For me, you would need to cut a lot of that off so I get a little better look. But the biggest thing with her is just how she gets out of her rear too. It just kind of waddles out of there, maybe just a little more terminal in her look. The young lady that comes in here with this kind of off-colored heifer, it's kind of distracting a little bit to me, but that's a good female, very, very sound and very practical that way. And but yeah, as you get in behind her and kind of get into analyzing her, she isn't maybe as stout and doesn't wedge the right way, in my opinion. She's just a little more front heavy than she is rear and through her rear. The young lady that comes in here next, really appreciate the fact that one's showing some udder. Good. We're getting to that point in this stage of the game where that needs to be happening. But yet, with that being said, you know, that's a female that needs to have a little more to her in terms of her forerib and just have some more shape about her. The young man that's going to round out the class, here's a female that isn't quite as feminine, if you will, and just a little overcooked in terms of her condition. But very good class, very challenging on the front end. As we get into our final class of this particular division, I think a trio of heifers that are very nice, and for me, the female that wins just the nicest in terms of her overall balance and quality and kind. I'm not going to tell you that she's real far along bred by the appearance of her, but yet still, with that being said, that she's just so sound and so good moving that away. I think that heifer needs to win the class. This young man's female that comes in here second, here's a good female as well. Really like her from her shoulders back. Great center body, like her hip and her hind leg. She doesn't want to balance her chest floor into her quite as nicely either. Maybe doesn't get out and move quite as nice out of her front end as that female that wins this class. The young lady that comes in here, here's a female. Again, you really like some usefulness and practicality of her. Just doesn't have the overall style and balance to get her any higher, but still a very nice female.
Results out of our final class of pulled females. First place exhibited by Crew and Kara Cummings of Hollis, Oklahoma, with GKB K102, Lady Hawk 4044. Second place, bred known by Colton Peterson. And third place went to Callie Borgen. We're now welcoming in this first and second, so we'll select the champion reserve here in the final division.
Into our final division, another good group of young people and a good group of cattle. We haven't really talked a lot about the divisions all day, and I think we're going to kind of try to maintain that. The young lady that's gonna win this division wins that first class. I think that female kind of comes in here and does that so handily, and then it becomes between this young man with the gray cap and the young man with the black cap. And I think both of them cattle are very similar in type and kind. To me, I like the udder quality that's coming with that young man heifer that was second in that first class. Good pair of individuals. We'll run with those two out of that first class. Congratulations.
Well, congratulations in our final division here in your Hereford Show. Champion junior yearling exhibited by Harper Starnes of Fort Payne, Alabama, with 6MC D87 Brecken, 44 MET. Reserve in that division will go to Cruz Collier of Bruno, Idaho. We're going to get Arena 1 cleared. We'll get started with your grand drive here in our junior pulled Hereford Show in just a moment. Well, congratulations over in the Angus Ring. Results out of Class 16B. First place exhibited by back number 4448. That was Valley Oaks Fortune. 3165 exhibited by Epperson Cattle Company of Laredo, Missouri. Second place in that division champions will then bring in the division reserves. Let's put our hands together for all of the Junior Hereford exhibitors here at the Cattlemen's Congress in Oklahoma City.
An end here in our Hereford show today. It's been a tremendous amount of fun, and let's give these kids and exhibitors a round of applause. Tremendous set of kids. You know, and I commend the breeders and the fitters and everybody at home that's doing all the work. You know, it takes an army, and it takes a lot of people to do this, and it's crazy how many more people it takes to do this than when we first kind of started doing some of these things. And you know, and Bailey called me, and I told her I needed to check my schedule, and then a lot of it, you know, in my opinion, is it's a tremendous honor to be asked in anything that you do. But the bigger honor is if you have the ability to do it and being able to say no if you need to. You know, so I called a few of our customers and a few people that I didn't think would come, but I wanted to ask them because, you know, in my opinion, this is what we're doing. We're building kids, and there's a lot of work and a lot of effort that goes into it. And the kids and the families, and let's just face it, that's what this has turned into over the years. This has turned into more of a junior evolution within the show and cattle industry. And so, you know, so that's what we need to do. And don't get me wrong, having kids and the junior programs are extremely important. It's like planting trees. And you know, and Lord knows I live in South Dakota where we don't hardly have many trees, and every one of them we put it in the ground and loved it like a baby. You know, so it's such a big deal. And so, you know, I just wanted to afford these kids the opportunity, and every kid the opportunity, and so I just have thoroughly enjoyed it, and you know, we've grown up, or I grew up raising commercial Herefords years ago, but we've run our kids through this program, and there's nobody out there that does it any better than you Hereford people. I started out as being 20-some years ago. And you know, and just it's always been that way. And in fact, I worked as a fieldman when Jack first got hired as well too. So that's how long he's been with you guys. And you guys got great leadership, and you got great people. Never forget that. You know, we can all kind of say different things about this or that, but yeah, your leadership. Amy Cowan and I went to college together. That's a lot of fun. And you know, in Bailey, it just the welcome mat is always out. And I can't say enough good things. And I do need to address the people at home. They're at home videoing and picturing all the bulls and bred females for our production sale, and so they allowed me the opportunity to do this. And so I can't say thank you enough to them people. You know, just Christy always. For those of you that know, she does dang sure keep us. It keeps me in line, and that's a good thing. So I want to say thank you to her and everybody else there at home, the girls and Hadley as well. They've all picked up the pace. So with that being said, I know I'm getting tired. I'm sure you guys are getting tired of listening to me, but this has been a tremendous amount of fun, and there's nothing more that I love than visiting with Hereford people, but also visiting and getting out here and looking at the cattle. And I've been thoroughly impressed, in which I wasn't expecting anything less. You guys just this time of year, Hereford cattle absolutely look the best that they ever look throughout the course of the year, and I don't know what it is, but they just always are so spot on this time of year, and it's a lot of fun to go looking at them, and I just love them this time of year. They just are so dang good. And so congratulations to all of you breeders. We've had so many good classes. Once again, let's give them a round of applause, and I'll select you a couple champions.
Polled Hereford female here in junior show at the Cattleman's Congress, exhibited and bred by Landry Allen of Nocona, Texas. That's BACC 241, Haley 472. And congratulations, reserve champion, exhibited by Suitor Clark, Gretna, Virginia, bred by Blaze Edwards of May, Texas. That's ER Kelly 501 ET. Again, congratulations to all of our Polled Hereford exhibitors here at the Cattleman's Congress. Special thank you to our judge today, Mr. Chris Effling of Highmore, South Dakota.
Thank you for joining us for Cattleman's Congress. This has been a Walton Webcasting production. Livestock like you've never seen before.